Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Magic of Forest Magical Communities. Deep within the ancient woodlands of our world, where shafts of golden sunlight filter through emerald canopies and the air itself seems to shimmer with enchantment, lie some of the most extraordinary communities ever established by wizard kind. These forest settlements represent far more than mere dwellings hidden among the trees. They embody a profound understanding of magic that flows as naturally as sap through bark, as quietly as morning mist between towering trunks. Imagine yourself walking along a barely visible path that winds through an old-growth forest, your footsteps muffled by a carpet of moss, so thick it feels like walking on velvet cushions. The scent of pine needles and rich earth fills your nostrils, while somewhere in the distance you hear the gentle babbling of a stream that has carved its way through these woods for countless centuries. As you move deeper into this verdant sanctuary, you begin to notice subtle signs that this is no ordinary woodland. A door carved seamlessly into the trunk of an enormous oak, windows that gleam like dewdrops nestled among the branches high above, chimneys disguised as hollow tree limbs, releasing wisps of smoke that smell faintly of cinnamon and sage. These forest magical communities developed organically over millennia, growing from the understanding that certain locations within deep woodlands possess an almost living quality of magic. Unlike the structured stones of Hogwarts or the bustling energy of Diagon Alley, forest settlements pulse with a rhythm that mirrors the heartbeat of the earth itself. The magic here is older, wilder, more closely connected to the fundamental forces that shaped our world long before wizards first lifted wands or spoke incantations. The earliest forest dwellers discovered that trees, particularly ancient ones, serve as natural conduits for magical energy. A 1,000-year-old oak doesn't merely shelter a wizard's home, it becomes an integral part of the dwelling's magical infrastructure. The roots spread deep into ley lines that crisscross beneath the forest floor, drawing up earth magic that enhances every spell cast within the tree's protective embrace. The branches reach towards celestial bodies, channeling lunar and solar energies that vary with the seasons and phases of the moon. Living within such a tree means existing in harmony with magical forces that ebb and flow like tides, creating an environment where magic feels less like a tool to be wielded and more like a natural extension of one's own being. As you continue your imaginary journey through this enchanted forest, you might glimpse houses that seem to have grown rather than been built. Walls crafted from living wood bend and curve in impossible ways, their surfaces smooth as river stones yet warm to the touch. Roofs of woven branches and leaves shift with the wind, allowing dappled sunlight to dance across floors made from polished root systems that spiral in mesmerizing patterns. Gardens flourish in clearings where magical herbs grow alongside their mundane cousins, their leaves glowing softly with inner light as evening approaches. The relationship between forest wizards and their environment extends far beyond mere coexistence. These communities practice what ancient texts call symbiotic magic, a form of spellwork that enhances both the caster and the natural world simultaneously. When a forest witch tends her garden, her magic doesn't simply force plants to grow faster or larger. Instead, she weaves spells that strengthen the soil's natural fertility, that guide beneficial insects to pollinate more effectively, that create protective barriers against disease, while maintaining the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The result is gardens that produce both magical and mundane crops of extraordinary quality, while the surrounding forest grows more vibrant and healthy with each passing season. Children born in forest communities develop an intuitive understanding of this symbiotic relationship from their earliest years. They learn to communicate with the trees through touch, sensing the slow, deep thoughts that ancient oaks harbor within their rings. They discover which mushrooms glow with healing properties, and which paths through the woods remain safe during the dangerous seasons when wild magic runs strongest. Their education includes lessons taught by centaurs who emerge from the deepest groves, by unicorns who allow themselves to be glimpsed in moonlit clearings, and by the trees themselves, whose whispered wisdom carries on every breeze. The architecture of forest communities reflects this deep connection to the natural world. Rather than imposing geometric structures upon the landscape, forest builders work with the existing contours of root and branch, stone and stream. A single massive tree might house an entire extended family, with different branches providing distinct living spaces connected by walkways that spiral around the trunk. Underground root systems become cellars and workshops, while hollow trunks serve as natural chimneys and ventilation systems. The result is housing that breathes with the forest, expanding and contracting with the seasons, growing stronger and more beautiful with age, rather than deteriorating. Water sources in forest communities possess their own unique magical properties. Springs that bubble up from deep underground often carry traces of earth magic that enhance potion making and plant cultivation. Streams that wind through magical groves accumulate beneficial enchantments as they flow, becoming sources of healing water that forest healers prize above any manufactured remedy. Even rainwater gathered from leaves that have basked in moonlight for decades carries subtle magical properties that experienced forest witches can identify by taste and smell. The seasonal cycles that govern forest life create natural rhythms for magical practice. Spring brings the awakening of dormant spells woven into the very foundations of homes and gardens. Summer sees the peak of growth magic, when healers gather their most potent ingredients and artificers craft items that will maintain their enchantments throughout the year. Autumn signals the time for preservation spells and protective wards that will shield the community through winter's harsh months. Winter itself becomes a period of deep magic, when the apparent stillness of the forest masks intense magical activity occurring beneath snow and within the dreams of sleeping trees. Defense of forest communities relies less on walls and guards than on the intelligence and cooperation of the forest itself. Trees serve as sentinels, their rustling leaves carrying messages faster than any owl. Paths shift and change at need, leading unwelcome visitors in circles while guiding friends directly to their destinations. The very air becomes thick and confusing to those who approach with harmful intent, while welcoming visitors find their way illuminated by soft lights that appear to be nothing more than fireflies or filtered moonbeams. The deep magic that permeates forest communities creates an environment where spells behave differently than they do in other magical locations. Creation magic flows more easily here, perhaps because the boundary between one form of life and another seems naturally blurred. In a place where fungi transform dead wood into rich soil, where seeds become mighty trees, where seasons cycle endlessly from death to rebirth. Healing magic draws strength from the forest's own regenerative powers, while divination benefits from the accumulated wisdom of ancient trees that have observed centuries of change and growth. As night falls in your imagined forest community, you might observe how the character of magic shifts with the failing light. Bioluminescent plants begin to glow more brightly, creating a constellation of tiny stars at ground level. Night-blooming flowers release fragrances that enhance dream magic and peaceful sleep. The sounds of the forest owl calls, rustling leaves, the distant howl of wolves, weave together into a natural symphony that seems to carry enchantments of its own. Windows in tree houses glow with warm, golden light that never seems harsh or artificial, as if the homes themselves have learned to produce illumination that complements rather than competes with the soft radiance of moon and stars. The meals shared in forest communities reflect the abundance and variety that symbiotic magic makes possible. Tables carved from single sections of fallen logs serve dishes prepared from ingredients that grow wild in magical harmony, mushrooms that taste of sunlight and earth, berries that sparkle with captured starlight, vegetables that have absorbed the songs of forest birds until they carry hints of music in their flavor. Beverages range from teas brewed from leaves that change color with the drinker's mood, to wines fermented in hollow tree trunks, until they develop the power to enhance magical sensitivity and understanding. Perhaps most remarkably, forest magical communities demonstrate how wizard society can flourish without dominating or diminishing the natural world. Rather than clearing forests to build cities, these settlers learn to become part of the forest's own growth and renewal. Their presence enhances rather than depletes the magical environment, creating pockets of concentrated enchantment that benefit every living thing within their influence. Birds sing more sweetly in these groves, flowers bloom more brilliantly, and even the quality of sunlight seems richer and more golden as it filters through leaves touched by generations of gentle magic. The wisdom preserved in forest communities represents knowledge that urban wizards often forget in their rush toward newer, flashier forms of magic. Here, the old ways persist, not out of stubborn traditionalism, but because they prove their worth season after season, generation after generation. The slow magic of growth and healing, the patient spells that strengthen rather than force, the deep understanding that true power comes from working with natural forces rather than against them. These lessons echo through every aspect of forest community life. As your imaginary journey through this enchanted woodland draws to a close, you might find yourself reluctant to leave this place where magic flows as naturally as breathing, where every tree holds stories spanning centuries, where the very air shimmers with possibilities that seem to extend far beyond the reach of ordinary spells. The path that brought you here begins to fade in the gathering dusk, but the memory of what you've witnessed, this perfect harmony between magical power and natural beauty, remains vivid and inspiring. In the gentle quiet that settles over the forest as darkness deepens, consider this question. If you could design a magical community that truly enhanced rather than diminished the natural world around it, what would be the first spell you would weave into its very foundations? Chapter 2. The Development of Self-Binding Books. In the hushed silence of ancient libraries, where dust motes dance like tiny spirits in shafts of amber light, there exists a form of magic so subtle and profound that many wizards pass by its wonders without ever truly comprehending what they witness. Tonight, we explore the remarkable evolution of self-binding books, those extraordinary tomes that possess the ability to organize, preserve, and protect themselves through centuries of use and neglect. Imagine yourself standing before a towering bookshelf in a library so old that its very foundations rest upon magical bedrock, laid down by wizards whose names have been forgotten by all but the books themselves. As you reach toward a leather-bound volume, you notice something extraordinary. The book seems to anticipate your touch, shifting slightly on its shelf as if awakening from deep slumber. When your fingers make contact with its spine, you feel a gentle warmth, almost like the pulse of a sleeping heart, and you realize that this tome is far more than mere parchment and binding. It is, in its own quiet way, alive. The earliest attempts at creating self-maintaining books arose from necessity rather than convenience. Medieval scribes, laboring for months or even years to copy a single manuscript by hand, watched in horror as their precious work fell victim to time, moisture, insects, and careless handling. The loss of knowledge represented not just wasted effort, but the potential disappearance of magical techniques, historical records, and accumulated wisdom that could never be recovered. It was this urgent need to preserve learning that drove the first magical bookbinders to experiment with enchantments that could extend far beyond their own mortal lifespans. The breakthrough came when a brilliant witch named Cordelia Quillhart, working in a monastery library in 12th century Scotland, discovered that books could be given a form of magical consciousness, not true awareness, like that possessed by portraits or ghosts. but a specialized intelligence focused entirely on self-preservation and organization. She achieved this by incorporating into the binding process threads spun from the silk of acromantula webs, mixed with powdered phoenix feather and dissolved pearls that had rested for decades in pools touched by moonlight. These early self-binding books exhibited fascinating behaviors that delighted and occasionally startled their owners. A tome on herbology might refuse to open during winter months when its plant-based contents were most vulnerable to moisture damage. A book of advanced transfiguration theory would literally warm itself when sensing that an inexperienced reader was attempting to access dangerous spells beyond their current skill level. Historical chronicles would grow heavy in the hands of those who approached them with intentions to alter or censor their contents, while becoming light as feathers for genuine scholars seeking knowledge. The binding process itself evolved into a form of magical artistry that combined practical enchantment with profound understanding of the nature of knowledge itself. Master bookbinders would begin by selecting materials not just for their physical properties, but for their magical resonance with the contents to be preserved. Leather from dragons proved ideal for books containing fire-based spells, while covers made from the hide of water-dwelling creatures like kelpies enhanced texts dealing with aquatic magic or weather manipulation. The threads used to sew the binding carried enchantments that grew stronger with age. Much like wine improving in carefully tended cellars, these magical threads were often dyed with inks prepared from ingredients that complemented the book's contents. Squid ink for divination texts, blood-red dyes from certain magical berries for books of healing magic, and deep blue colorants derived from powdered sapphires for tomes dealing with transfiguration theory. As the book aged, these threads would weave themselves tighter, creating bindings that actually became more secure with the passage of time, rather than deteriorating. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of self-binding books lies in their ability to sense threats to their contents and respond accordingly. A book detecting excessive humidity might cause its pages to become temporarily non-absorbent, repelling moisture while maintaining perfect readability. When exposed to excessive heat, the parchment within would become naturally fire-resistant until temperatures returned to safe levels. Some advanced self-binding books could even detect the presence of bookworms or other pests, rendering their pages temporarily inedible or even mildly toxic to insects while remaining perfectly safe for human readers. The organizational capabilities of these enchanted tomes proved equally impressive. A self-binding book would automatically update its table of contents as new information was added, create cross-references between related topics, and even generate new index entries based on the research patterns of its most frequent users. Marginalia, added by one scholar, might rearrange itself to create space for additional notes from future readers, while important passages would subtly highlight themselves when the book sensed that a reader was struggling to locate specific information. Some self-binding books developed what can only be described as preferences regarding their care and handling. A book might allow itself to be read easily by gentle, respectful scholars, while becoming difficult to open for those who handled books roughly or carelessly. Pages would turn smoothly for readers who approached the text with genuine curiosity and respect for learning, but become stiff and resistant when handled by those seeking knowledge for harmful purposes. The most sensitive books could even detect when someone was reading with the intent to plagiarize or misuse the information contained within their pages. The creation of truly sophisticated self-binding books required not just technical skill and enchantment, but deep understanding of the relationship between container and contents. Master craftsmen would often spend months studying a manuscript before beginning the binding process, learning to recognize which spells within the text might interact with preservation enchantments, which illustrations might require special protection, and which sections contained information so dangerous that additional safeguards would be necessary. Family grimoires and personal spellbooks developed particularly intimate relationships with their owners, learning to anticipate magical research needs and organizing themselves accordingly. A wizard's journal might automatically create new sections when its owner began studying a new branch of magic, or highlight passages that related to current magical projects. Some personal books became so attuned to their owners that they could sense emotional states, offering comfort by opening to favorite passages during times of stress or revealing new insights when their reader was struggling with particularly challenging magical concepts. The libraries of magical schools began incorporating self-binding books not just for their preservation qualities, but for their educational benefits. Books assigned to young students would adjust their complexity automatically, revealing simpler explanations for basic concepts while hiding advanced theory that might confuse or endanger novice practitioners. As students progressed in their studies, the same books would gradually reveal deeper layers of information, creating a learning experience that adapted to individual pace and ability. Research libraries discovered that collections of self-binding books developed a form of collective intelligence, with volumes communicating among themselves to create comprehensive reference networks. A reader consulting a book on magical theory might find that related texts automatically made themselves available, sliding along shelves to position themselves within easy reach. Cross-disciplinary research became more efficient as books from different subjects recognized connections and patterns that even experienced scholars might overlook. The preservation enchantments woven into self-binding books proved remarkably effective at protecting not just against physical damage, but against the gradual degradation of magical information itself. Spell formulae recorded in these books maintained their potency across centuries, while magical diagrams remained as precise and powerful as the day they were first inscribed. This led to the preservation of countless magical techniques that might otherwise have been lost to time, creating repositories of knowledge that continue to benefit wizards hundreds of years after their original creation. Some of the most ancient self-binding books developed almost supernatural abilities to attract the attention of readers who needed their specific knowledge. Scholars researching obscure magical problems would often find themselves drawn to previously unknown texts that contained exactly the information they sought, as if the books themselves recognized the importance of sharing their contents at precisely the right moment. These serendipitous discoveries led to breakthrough research in fields ranging from advanced transfiguration to the theoretical limits of magical energy manipulation. The philosophical implications of self-binding books raised fascinating questions about the nature of knowledge and consciousness. If a book could learn, adapt, and make decisions about its own preservation and organization, at what point did it transition from being merely an enchanted object to possessing a form of awareness? Some scholars argued that the most sophisticated self-binding books represented a new form of magical consciousness, not human or animal, but something uniquely suited to the preservation and dissemination of knowledge. Modern magical libraries continue to benefit from techniques developed by early pioneers of self-binding enchantment. Contemporary books might incorporate magical elements that were unknown to medieval craftsmen: phoenix down for fire resistance, unicorn hair for purity of preservation, or powdered moonstone for enhanced magical sensitivity. Yet the fundamental principles remain unchanged. Books created with love, respect, and understanding of their purpose will serve readers faithfully for centuries, protecting precious knowledge, while making it accessible to those who approach learning with appropriate reverence and care. As you imagine yourself closing one of these remarkable tomes and feeling it settle contentedly back onto its shelf, perhaps ready to wait decades or even centuries for its next reader, you might wonder, what knowledge do you possess that would be worthy of such elaborate and loving preservation, and how might the act of protecting it change the very nature of what you seek to preserve? Chapter 3. The Ancient Wizarding Villages of Colombia. High in the mist-shrouded peaks of the Andes Mountains, where condors soar on thermals that carry more than just warm air, and deep within the emerald depths of Amazon rainforests, where every leaf seems to whisper ancient secrets, lie some of the most extraordinary magical settlements ever established in the Americas. The Wizarding Villages of Colombia represent a unique fusion of indigenous magical traditions and European enchantments, creating communities where gold literally flows like water, and the very mountains pulse with crystalline magic. Picture yourself climbing a narrow mountain path that winds between peaks so tall their summits disappear into clouds, that shimmer with an otherworldly luminescence. The air grows thin and crisp as you ascend, carrying scents of exotic flowers and the metallic tang of gold dust that seems to drift naturally from the mountainsides. As you round a bend in the ancient stone pathway, carved by hands both magical and mundane centuries ago, you glimpse your first sight of a Colombian wizarding village, a cluster of buildings that seem to grow from the very rock of the mountain itself, their walls gleaming with veins of precious metals, and their rooftops crowned with gardens that flourish impossibly at this altitude. The earliest magical settlements in these highlands date back over 1,000 years, established by indigenous wizards who discovered that certain peaks contained concentrations of magical crystals unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. These natural formations, known to local magical communities as Corazones de la Montaña, hearts of the mountain, pulse with rhythmic energy that enhances every form of magic practiced within their influence. The crystals themselves range in color from deep emerald green to brilliant sapphire blue, with the rarest specimens displaying an inner fire that shifts through the entire spectrum of visible light. When Spanish wizards arrived in the 16th century, they brought with them European magical traditions that initially clashed with the sophisticated indigenous practices they encountered. However, rather than one tradition overwhelming the other, something remarkable occurred, a gradual blending that created entirely new forms of magic unique to the Colombian highlands. European transfiguration techniques merged with indigenous shape-shifting traditions to produce spells that could alter not just appearance, but the fundamental magical properties of objects and beings. Healing magic that had relied on imported European herbs learned to incorporate the extraordinary medicinal plants of the Amazon, creating potions of unprecedented potency and precision. The village of Aguila Dorada, perched on a plateau so high that its inhabitants literally live among the clouds, exemplifies this magical fusion. Here, houses built from traditional European stone construction incorporate walls inlaid with sheets of beaten gold that have been enchanted to store and channel magical energy. The gold serves not merely as decoration, but as a living component of the building's magical infrastructure, absorbing sunlight during the day and releasing it as gentle warmth throughout the mountain's frigid nights. Children born in Aguila Dorada often develop an instinctive ability to sense the flow of precious metals through the earth, making them extraordinary miners and craftsmen of magical implements. The gardens that flourish in these high-altitude villages represent botanical achievements that rival anything accomplished by wizards anywhere in the world. Using a combination of indigenous agricultural magic and European greenhouse techniques, coffee bushes that produce beans capable of enhancing magical awareness grow alongside European herbs that have adapted to the thin mountain air by developing concentrations of active compounds far beyond their lowland cousins. Perhaps most remarkably, these gardens produce flowers that capture and store moonlight, creating blooms that continue to glow softly for months after being cut. Deep within the Amazon basin, a completely different style of magical village has evolved. Here, in settlements like Espiritu del Rio, buildings are woven from living vines and massive tree trunks that continue to grow and change even as they shelter their inhabitants. The magic practiced in these jungle communities focuses heavily on communication with the incredible diversity of magical creatures that inhabit the rainforest. Wizards here learn to speak with jaguars whose spots shift like constellations, with butterflies whose wing patterns carry encoded messages across vast distances, and with rivers themselves, for the Amazon and its tributaries possess a form of consciousness that responds to those who approach with proper respect and understanding. The shamanic traditions that predate European contact continue to influence Colombian magical practice in profound ways. Ancient rituals involving sacred plants that expand magical perception remain central to the training of young wizards, though these ceremonies are now conducted with careful attention to safety measures developed over centuries of experimentation. The plant teachers, as they are known locally, include species that exist nowhere else on Earth, vines that show visions of possible futures, mushrooms that enhance empathic abilities to extraordinary degrees, and flowers that allow temporary communion with the spirits of deceased magical practitioners. Colombian wizarding villages have developed unique approaches to magical education that blend formal instruction with experiential learning in ways that would astonish educators at traditional magical schools. Young wizards spend equal time in classrooms, studying theoretical magic, and in the field learning directly from master practitioners who guide them through increasingly complex interactions with their magical environment. A student might spend morning hours learning the precise wand movements required for advanced transfiguration, then spend afternoons learning to sense the flow of earth magic through mountain crystals, using nothing but their hands and intuitive awareness. The magical craftsmanship produced in these villages reflects the extraordinary materials available in Colombian magical territories. Wands carved from woods that grow only in the cloud forests of the Andes incorporate cores made from crystallized mountain mist, creating implements that are particularly effective for weather magic and atmospheric manipulation. Jewelry crafted from gold that has been exposed to centuries of magical radiation develops the ability to enhance its wearer's natural magical abilities, while textiles woven from fibers of certain magical plants provide protection against both physical and magical threats. Trade between Colombian magical villages and the broader wizarding world has always been carefully regulated, not from secretiveness, but from deep understanding of the responsibility that comes with possessing such extraordinary magical resources. The emeralds mined from certain magical deposits, for example, can amplify scrying abilities to dangerous levels if not properly prepared and handled. Colombian wizards have developed elaborate purification and preparation rituals that ensure these powerful materials can be safely used by wizards who lack their specialized training and cultural understanding. The architecture of Colombian magical villages adapts brilliantly to the extreme environments in which they exist. Highland settlements incorporate wind capture systems that harvest the magical energy carried by mountain air currents, while jungle villages use the natural acoustics of the rainforest to create communication networks that allow instant contact between settlements separated by hundreds of miles of trackless wilderness. Buildings in both environments are designed to work with rather than against the powerful natural forces that surround them, creating structures that actually grow stronger and more magical with age. Festivals and celebrations in Colombian wizarding villages reflect the deep connection these communities maintain with both their indigenous heritage and their natural environment. The Festival of the Golden Condor, celebrated annually in highland villages during the spring equinox, involves elaborate flying displays that combine European broomstick techniques with indigenous shape-shifting magic, creating aerial dances that are said to influence weather patterns throughout the region for months afterward. The ceremony of river voices, practiced in jungle settlements, involves week-long musical performances where wizards use traditional instruments to harmonize with the sounds of the rainforest, creating compositions that enhance the fertility and health of the magical ecosystem. The medical and healing traditions of Colombian wizarding villages have achieved remarkable integration of magical and natural approaches to wellness. Healers here work with an understanding that illness often reflects imbalances in a person's relationship with their magical environment, leading to treatments that might involve not just potions and spells, but guided journeys into the wilderness to re-establish proper connections with natural magical forces. The results of these holistic approaches often surpass what can be achieved through purely magical or purely mundane medical intervention. Perhaps most remarkably, Colombian wizarding villages have maintained their magical traditions and independence through centuries of political upheaval and social change in the broader Colombian society. This resilience reflects not just the strength of their magical defenses, but the deep wisdom of communities that have learned to adapt and evolve while preserving the essential elements of their cultural and magical identity. They serve as living examples of how magical communities can thrive in harmony with both their natural environment and their non-magical neighbors. The young wizards who come of age in these extraordinary communities often display magical abilities that reflect their unique cultural heritage. Many develop an intuitive understanding of geological magic that allows them to locate mineral deposits and sense underground water sources from great distances. Others master forms of botanical magic that enable them to encourage magical plants to grow in new environments, gradually expanding the range of species available for magical use. Perhaps most valuably, these young wizards learn to approach magic as a partnership with natural forces rather than a means of dominating or controlling them. As evening falls over these remarkable villages, whether perched among mountain peaks or nestled within jungle clearings, the daily rhythm of magical life continues, patterns established over countless generations. Crystals begin to glow more brightly as darkness deepens, providing illumination that enhances rather than disturbs the natural nocturnal activities of the magical creatures that share these territories. The sounds of the night, whether the haunting calls of mountain spirits or the symphony of jungle awakening, blend with the soft voices of wizards, sharing stories and knowledge that connect them to both their ancestors and the magical forces that shape their extraordinary homeland. In the gentle quiet that settles over these ancient settlements as stars appear overhead, their light filtered through mountain mists or jungle canopies, one cannot help but wonder what magical traditions might emerge if modern wizarding communities learned to blend their inherited practices with such deep respect for the natural world and indigenous wisdom. Chapter 4. The different types of magical repulsions. In the subtle art of magical defense, there exists a category of spells so elegant and effective that they often accomplish their purpose without the intended target ever realizing they have encountered magical resistance. These are the repulsion charms, enchantments designed not to attack or harm, but simply to encourage unwanted presences to seek their interests elsewhere. Tonight, we delve into the sophisticated world of magical repulsions, exploring how wizards have learned to create invisible barriers that protect without violence, defend without aggression, and preserve privacy without resorting to more dramatic forms of magical intervention. Imagine yourself approaching what appears to be an ordinary hillside in the Scottish countryside, perhaps while taking a leisurely walk on a crisp autumn afternoon. The landscape seems perfectly natural, rolling green slopes dotted with sheep, ancient stone walls marking field boundaries, and a small cottage in the distance with smoke rising cheerfully from its chimney. Yet, as you draw closer, you begin to experience a subtle but persistent feeling that you might prefer to explore in a different direction. The path seems less interesting than it appeared from a distance. The weather feels as though it might turn unpleasant, and you find yourself remembering urgent tasks that require your attention elsewhere. Without any sense of having encountered resistance or prohibition, you naturally turn away, your mind already focusing on other pursuits. You have just experienced one of the most common and effective forms of magical repulsion, the Notice Me Not charm's gentler cousin, designed to encourage departure rather than prevent awareness. The foundation of all repulsion magic lies in understanding the delicate balance between suggestion and compulsion. Unlike imperious curses or other forms of direct mental control, repulsion charms work by amplifying natural human tendencies toward comfort, convenience, and self-preservation. They do not force anyone to leave an area or abandon an intention, but rather make alternative choices seem increasingly attractive until the target voluntarily decides to pursue other interests. This subtle approach makes repulsion magic particularly effective because it rarely triggers the psychological resistance that people naturally develop when they sense they are being overtly manipulated or controlled. The earliest recorded repulsion charms date back to ancient Egypt, where magical communities protecting sacred sites discovered that crude magical barriers often attracted more attention than they deflected. Curious visitors who encountered obvious magical obstacles frequently returned with larger groups, better equipment, and more determined intentions to discover what was being hidden. Egyptian magical theorists realized that the most effective protection often came from spells that made locations seem uninteresting, unremarkable, or simply not worth the effort required to explore them thoroughly. Personal repulsion charms represent perhaps the most commonly used category of these subtle defensive spells. A wizard who wishes to avoid unwanted social interactions might cast a charm that makes them seem slightly forgettable or unremarkable to casual observers. People who might otherwise approach with conversation or requests for assistance find their attention naturally drawn elsewhere, while those with genuine need or legitimate business remain unaffected by the enchantment. Master practitioners of personal repulsion can create effects so subtle that they influence social dynamics without anyone present realizing that magic is involved at all. Spatial repulsion charms protect specific locations by making them seem uninviting or inappropriate for various types of visitors. A magical garden might be warded with repulsions that discourage vandals and thieves while remaining perfectly welcoming to legitimate guests and garden enthusiasts. Libraries often employ intellectual repulsion charms that make certain sections seem boring or irrelevant to readers who lack the knowledge or maturity to handle advanced magical texts safely. These enchantments can be calibrated with remarkable precision, creating effects that respond differently to different types of visitors based on their intentions, knowledge level, or magical abilities. Temporal repulsion charms create some of the most sophisticated effects in this category of magic. These spells make specific times seem inconvenient or inappropriate for certain activities, effectively controlling when locations can be accessed or used without creating obvious restrictions. A magical laboratory might be protected by temporal repulsions that make evening hours seem perfect for leaving and returning home, while making morning hours feel ideal for focused research. Visitors unconsciously adjust their schedules to match the subtle suggestions woven into the enchantment, creating natural patterns of presence and absence that serve the location's intended purposes. Emotional repulsion charms work by amplifying or diminishing specific emotional responses in ways that influence behavior without directly controlling thoughts or actions. A protective charm might enhance feelings of contentment and satisfaction in visitors, making them feel that they have accomplished their goals and can leave feeling fulfilled. Alternatively, repulsions might amplify minor anxieties or discomforts that naturally arise in unfamiliar situations, encouraging nervous visitors to seek more comfortable environments. The most skilled practitioners can weave emotional repulsions that feel entirely natural and appropriate to the circumstances, never triggering suspicion that magical influence is involved. Sensory repulsion charms alter how locations appear to various senses, making them seem less attractive or interesting without creating obvious illusions. A building might be warded with visual repulsions that cause the architecture to seem boring or unremarkable, while auditory repulsions make any sounds from within seem like ordinary household noises rather than intriguing activities worthy of investigation. Olfactory repulsions can make locations smell subtly unpleasant or simply neutral, removing the pleasant aromas that might otherwise attract curious visitors. Intellectual repulsion charms represent some of the most sophisticated applications of this magical art. These enchantments can make ideas, concepts, or areas of study seem uninteresting or too difficult to pursue, effectively protecting advanced magical knowledge from those who are not ready to handle it responsibly. A dangerous spellbook might be protected by intellectual repulsions that make its contents seem boring to novice practitioners, while remaining fascinating to experienced wizards. Research into sensitive topics can be shielded by charms that make the work seem less promising or more difficult than it actually is, discouraging casual investigation while allowing serious scholars to proceed with their studies. Layered repulsion systems combine multiple types of enchantments to create comprehensive protection that addresses different aspects of unwanted intrusion. A highly sensitive magical location might employ personal repulsions to discourage casual visitors, spatial repulsions to make the area seem uninviting, temporal repulsions to influence when people feel inclined to visit, and intellectual repulsions to make any discoveries seem unimportant or easily explainable. The result is a defense system that operates on multiple levels simultaneously, creating overlapping fields of subtle influence that are extremely difficult to detect or overcome. Conditional repulsion charms activate only under specific circumstances, allowing locations to remain normally accessible most of the time while providing protection when needed. A magical workshop might be protected by repulsions that activate only when dangerous experiments are being conducted, or when the owner is absent and unable to supervise visitors properly. Family homes often employ conditional repulsions that discourage unwanted visitors during private family time, while remaining welcoming during social hours. Cultural repulsion charms adapt their effects based on the cultural background and expectations of different visitors, creating protection that feels natural and appropriate regardless of who encounters it. A magical location that serves an international community might employ repulsions that make unwelcome visitors feel that they are intruding on unfamiliar cultural practices, while making legitimate guests feel welcomed and included. These sophisticated enchantments require deep understanding of cultural psychology and social dynamics, making them among the most challenging repulsions to create and maintain effectively. Reciprocal repulsion charms create mutual fields of subtle influence that protect multiple locations or individuals simultaneously. Magical communities often employ these collaborative enchantments to create networks of protection that reinforce each other, making the entire area less attractive to unwanted attention while maintaining normal accessibility for residents and legitimate visitors. The combined effect of multiple reciprocal repulsions can create protection that is far more effective than the sum of its individual components. Professional repulsion specialists, known as wardcrafters, spend years learning to calibrate these subtle enchantments with the precision required for effective long-term protection. They must understand not only the technical aspects of repulsion magic, but also the psychological and social factors that influence human behavior in different circumstances. The most skilled wardcrafters can create repulsion fields so sophisticated that they actually enhance the natural appeal of locations for appropriate visitors, while simultaneously discouraging those who might cause problems. Counter-repulsion techniques exist for detecting and overcoming these subtle defensive measures, though their use requires considerable skill and often violates the ethical standards of the magical community. Learning to recognize the subtle signs of repulsion magic, the gentle mental pressure to look elsewhere, the gradual loss of interest in previously compelling objectives, the increasing appeal of alternative activities, helps wizards understand when they are encountering protective enchantments and decide whether pursuing their original intentions is appropriate and ethical. The philosophical implications of repulsion magic raise fascinating questions about free will, consent, and the ethics of subtle influence. While these spells do not directly control behavior or override conscious decision-making, they do influence the psychological factors that inform those decisions. Magical ethicists continue to debate the moral boundaries of repulsion magic, particularly in cases where the protection of genuinely important interests must be balanced against respect for individual autonomy and freedom of movement. Modern applications of repulsion magic extend far beyond the simple protection of magical locations and communities. Environmental repulsions help protect endangered magical creatures by making their habitats seem uninteresting to poachers and collectors. Historical sites employ repulsions that discourage vandalism while maintaining their appeal to genuine historians and students. Even personal relationships can benefit from subtle repulsion charms that help individuals maintain appropriate boundaries without causing offense or creating obvious social friction. As you imagine yourself becoming aware of these invisible influences that shape human behavior in ways both subtle and profound, you might begin to notice the gentle pressures and encouragements that guide daily life in directions both magical and mundane. The art of repulsion magic reminds us that the most effective influence often works not by forcing change, but by making the desired outcome seem like the natural and obvious choice. In the quiet space between intention and action, where decisions form and directions are chosen, consider this: how might the world change if we all possessed the wisdom to protect what matters most, through invitation rather than prohibition, through making the right choices seem obviously preferable, rather than forcing compliance through power. Chapter 5. The Wizarding Philosophy, on Magic and Chaos. Within the grand tapestries of magical theory that have been woven by countless generations of wizarding philosophers, perhaps no thread runs more intriguingly through the pattern than the eternal tension between order and chaos. This evening, we explore how magical communities have grappled with fundamental questions about unpredictability, randomness, and the wild forces that seem to dance at the very edges of controlled spellwork, creating a philosophical landscape as complex and beautiful as any enchanted forest. Picture yourself seated in a comfortable chair beside a crackling fireplace in an ancient library, surrounded by volumes that contain the accumulated wisdom of magical thinkers spanning millennia. The flames dance unpredictably in the hearth, sometimes leaping high with brilliant orange tongues of light, sometimes settling into steady blue flickers, occasionally sparking in patterns that seem almost meaningful before dissolving back into random movement. This simple fire serves as a perfect metaphor for the central paradox that has fascinated magical philosophers for centuries. How can forces that appear chaotic and uncontrollable also serve as the foundation for the precise, repeatable results that effective magic requires? The earliest recorded discussions of magical chaos date back to ancient Mesopotamian wizard priests, who observed that the most powerful spells often incorporated elements that could not be fully predicted or controlled. They noticed that rituals performed during thunderstorms, when lightning added its wild energy to carefully planned incantations, frequently produced results that exceeded all expectations. However, these same chaotic influences could just as easily cause spells to fail spectacularly or manifest in entirely unexpected ways. This observation led to the first formal recognition that chaos might not be magic's enemy, but rather its essential creative partner. Greek magical philosophers, building upon these ancient insights, developed the theory of creative disorder, the idea that truly innovative magic requires the conscious incorporation of unpredictable elements that prevent magical practice from becoming stagnant and repetitive. They argued that wizards who relied entirely on perfectly controlled, precisely repeated spells would eventually find their magic becoming weaker and less effective, as if the universe itself grew bored with their predictability and began to resist their efforts. Medieval magical scholars expanded these concepts into what became known as the paradox of controlled chaos. They observed that the most accomplished wizards seemed to possess an intuitive understanding of when to embrace unpredictability and when to impose strict control over their magical workings. Master practitioners could deliberately introduce chaotic elements into their spells, a pinch of an unpredictable ingredient, a slight variation in wand movement, or the incorporation of natural forces like wind or rain, while maintaining enough control to guide these wild energies toward useful outcomes. The Renaissance period saw the emergence of competing schools of thought regarding magic's relationship with chaos. The harmonists believed that apparent chaos was simply order operating at levels too complex for human understanding, and that sufficiently advanced magical theory could eventually predict and control even the most seemingly random magical phenomena. The Discordians, in contrast, argued that true chaos was a fundamental force of nature that could never be fully understood or controlled, only partnered with through wisdom, respect, and careful attention to its ever-changing patterns. Perhaps the most influential magical philosopher to address these questions was Eldara Stormweaver, a brilliant theorist who lived during the 14th century and whose work bridges the gap between medieval mysticism and modern magical science. Stormweaver proposed that magic itself exists in a state of dynamic tension between order and chaos, with different types of spells requiring different balances between these opposing forces. Healing magic, she observed, worked best when practitioners embraced the chaotic, unpredictable nature of life itself, allowing their spells to adapt organically to each patient's unique needs. Transfiguration, on the other hand, required much stricter control and precision, though even here, the most elegant transformations incorporated subtle elements of randomness that made them seem natural rather than forced. The concept of constructive chaos emerged from Stormweaver's work and became central to magical education during the Renaissance. This theory suggested that young wizards should learn to work with chaotic forces from the beginning of their training, rather than treating unpredictability as an advanced concept to be studied only after mastering basic control. Students were encouraged to experiment with spells during windy weather, to practice magic while emotions were running high, and to incorporate found objects and unpredictable ingredients into their potion making. The results were often messy and sometimes dangerous, but graduates of this educational approach frequently became more innovative and adaptable magical practitioners than those trained through purely disciplined methods. Enlightenment-era magical philosophers brought mathematical approaches to understanding chaos, developing complex theoretical frameworks for analyzing the patterns that emerge from apparently random magical phenomena. They discovered that even the most chaotic magical events often followed subtle mathematical relationships that could be described, if not precisely predicted. This led to the development of probability magic, spells that worked by influencing the likelihood of desired outcomes rather than directly causing them to occur. The modern understanding of magical chaos incorporates insights from both magical and mundane scientific research into complex systems and emergent behavior. Contemporary theorists recognize that chaos and order are not opposing forces, but different aspects of the same underlying reality. Simple magical rules applied consistently over time can generate incredibly complex and apparently chaotic results. Conversely, chaotic magical phenomena often contain hidden patterns that emerge when viewed from the proper perspective or time scale. One of the most practical applications of chaos theory in modern magic involves weatherworking and atmospheric manipulation. Weather systems represent some of the most complex chaotic phenomena in the natural world, with tiny changes in initial conditions potentially leading to dramatically different outcomes. Skilled weatherworkers have learned to embrace this unpredictability, working with rather than against the chaotic nature of atmospheric systems. Instead of trying to force specific weather patterns to manifest, they learn to encourage existing natural tendencies, gently nudging chaotic systems toward desired outcomes while remaining ready to adapt their goals if unexpected patterns emerge. Divination magic has been particularly enriched by philosophical understanding of chaos theory. Traditional approaches to prophecy often assumed that the future could be predicted with reasonable accuracy if sufficient information about present conditions was available. Modern diviners, however, recognize that the future exists in a state of dynamic possibility, with countless potential outcomes constantly shifting based on the accumulated effects of seemingly insignificant choices and chance events. This understanding has led to more sophisticated divination techniques that focus on identifying probable trends and potential outcomes, rather than making specific predictions about fixed futures. The study of chaotic magic has also revealed important insights about magical innovation and creativity. Breakthrough discoveries in magical theory rarely emerge from purely logical, systematic research approaches. Instead, they tend to arise from the intersection of careful preparation with unexpected events, chance observations, and the willingness to explore apparently random connections between disparate magical phenomena. Many of the most important advances in magical knowledge have resulted from experiments that went wrong in interesting ways, or from the serendipitous combination of unrelated research projects. Personal magical development often mirrors these larger patterns of chaos and order. Beginning wizards typically focus on developing control and precision, learning to cast spells consistently and reliably. However, advanced practitioners often find that continued growth requires learning to work with uncertainty, to embrace the unpredictable aspects of their own magical abilities, and to remain open to unexpected manifestations of their intentions. The most accomplished wizards often describe their relationship with magic as a dance or conversation rather than a matter of command and control. Ethical considerations surrounding chaotic magic present unique challenges for magical philosophers. If chaos is a fundamental aspect of magical reality, what responsibility do wizards bear for the unintended consequences of their spells? How should magical practitioners balance the potential benefits of embracing unpredictability against the risks of causing uncontrolled magical effects? These questions become particularly complex when considering powerful magic that might have far-reaching consequences extending well beyond the immediate intentions of the caster. The philosophical implications of magical chaos extend beyond purely practical concerns to fundamental questions about the nature of reality itself. If magic operates through the interaction of order and chaos, what does this suggest about the underlying structure of the universe? Some magical philosophers argue that consciousness itself might be an emergent property of chaotic magical processes, while others propose that magic represents the universe's capacity for self-organization and creative evolution. Contemporary magical education increasingly incorporates chaos theory principles, though often in more controlled and safer ways than the experimental approaches of the Renaissance. Students learn to recognize and work with chaotic patterns in their own magic, to develop intuitive understanding of when to impose control and when to allow natural processes to unfold, and to cultivate the mental flexibility needed to adapt their magical intentions to unexpected circumstances. The relationship between individual magical style and chaos tolerance has become an important area of research in modern magical psychology. Some wizards appear naturally comfortable with unpredictability and thrive in chaotic magical environments, while others perform best when working within highly structured, controlled circumstances. Understanding these individual differences helps magical educators develop training programs that work with rather than against each student's natural inclinations and abilities. Research into collective magical phenomena has revealed fascinating patterns in how groups of wizards working together can either amplify or dampen chaotic magical effects. Large magical workings often benefit from including practitioners with different approaches to chaos and control, creating balanced teams that can respond effectively to unexpected developments while maintaining overall focus on shared objectives. As you imagine yourself contemplating these deep philosophical questions about the nature of magical reality, perhaps while watching flames dance unpredictably in a fireplace or observing the complex patterns created by wind moving through leaves, you might find yourself wondering about the delicate balance between control and surrender that characterizes not just magic, but life itself. In the gentle interplay between certainty and mystery, between what we can control and what we must learn to accept, lies perhaps the greatest wisdom that magical philosophy offers. How might we learn to dance with uncertainty, while still working toward our deepest intentions, and what unexpected gifts might emerge from embracing the chaotic creativity that flows through all living things? Chapter 6. The Magic of Ancient Lithuania. In the misty depths of Baltic forests, where amber catches sunlight like captured memories and ancient oaks whisper secrets older than written history, there once flourished a magical tradition so profound and enduring that its influences can still be felt throughout Northern European wizardry today. The magic of ancient Lithuania represents one of the last great pagan magical traditions to survive the spread of Christianity, preserving practices and wisdom that offer unique insights into humanity's earliest relationships with the natural magical world. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a primeval forest on a crisp autumn morning, where massive pine trees stretch toward a pale sky, and the ground beneath your feet feels soft with centuries of fallen needles. The air carries the scent of resin and wood smoke, while somewhere in the distance you hear the haunting call of a crane passing overhead on its southern migration. As you step deeper into this ancient woodland, you begin to sense that you are entering a realm where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds have always been remarkably thin, where every tree, stream, and stone holds its own form of consciousness and power. Lithuanian magical practice developed in intimate harmony with the dense forests that covered most of the Baltic region for thousands of years. Unlike the Mediterranean magical traditions that emphasized human dominion over natural forces, or the Celtic approaches that focused on seasonal cycles and agricultural fertility, Lithuanian magic grew from the understanding that humans were simply one species among many in a vast, interconnected web of forest life. This perspective led to magical practices that emphasized cooperation, communication, and reciprocal relationships with the natural world rather than control or manipulation of natural forces. The foundation of ancient Lithuanian magic rested upon what practitioners called Medžio kalba, the language of trees. Lithuanian wizards believed that the great forests possessed a collective consciousness that could be accessed through careful attention to the subtle communications that flowed between individual trees. Massive oaks, some over 1,000 years old, served as living libraries where generations of magical knowledge had been stored through direct communion between human consciousness and tree awareness. Young wizards would spend months or even years learning to quiet their minds sufficiently to receive the slow, deep thoughts that ancient trees shared with those patient enough to listen. Amber played a central role in Lithuanian magical practice, serving not merely as a beautiful ornamental material, but as a direct connection to the prehistoric forests that had given birth to the region's magical traditions. Lithuanian wizards discovered that amber containing preserved insects or plant matter from ancient forests could serve as windows into the magical practices of their ancestors. By meditating with specific pieces of amber, practitioners could experience visions of how magic had been practiced in the distant past, learning techniques and approaches that had been lost to oral tradition, but preserved in the eternal golden resin. The seasonal festivals of ancient Lithuania were elaborate magical workings that involved entire communities and rituals designed to maintain the health and balance of the forest ecosystem. The spring festival of Žolinės involved the gathering of hundreds of different plants and herbs, each one blessed with specific magical intentions before being woven into massive garlands that were hung in sacred groves. These plant offerings served as communications with the forest spirits, conveying human gratitude for the winter's protection and requesting cooperation for the coming growing season. Water magic held particular significance in Lithuanian tradition, as the landscape was dotted with thousands of lakes, rivers, and springs that were believed to possess individual personalities and powers. Sacred springs, known as Šventoji Šaltiniai, were regarded as direct communications channels with the earth's deeper consciousness. Lithuanian healers would pilgrimage to specific springs that were known to enhance particular types of magical working, some for physical healing, others for emotional clarity, and still others for enhanced divination abilities. The water from these springs was never taken casually, but always gathered with elaborate ceremonies of permission and gratitude. The role of animals in Lithuanian magic extended far beyond the familiar bonds between wizards and their pets or magical creatures. Lithuanian practitioners developed sophisticated techniques for communicating with wild animals, learning to understand the complex information networks that connected all forest creatures. Bears, in particular, were regarded as wise teachers who could share knowledge about the deepest mysteries of forest magic. The annual Meškos Šventės Bear Festival involved ritual communion with bear spirits that provided guidance for the coming year's magical practice. Divination in ancient Lithuania relied heavily on natural phenomena that most other magical traditions treated as mere background noise. Lithuanian seers learned to read meaning in the patterns of wind through leaves, the behavior of migrating birds, the formation of frost on different types of vegetation, and the subtle changes in forest sounds that preceded weather changes. This naturalistic approach to divination often proved remarkably accurate because it was based on deep understanding of the interconnected systems that governed forest life rather than on symbolic interpretations imposed from outside. The sacred groves that served as the heart of Lithuanian magical practice were carefully maintained ecosystems where human intervention was guided by intimate knowledge of forest ecology. These groves were not merely protected areas, but actively managed magical environments where different species of trees, plants, and animals were encouraged to create optimal conditions for magical working. The most sacred groves contained trees that had been shaped and guided through decades or centuries of careful magical influence, creating living architectural spaces that served as natural temples and gathering places. Healing practices in ancient Lithuania emphasized the restoration of proper relationships between individuals and their natural environment, rather than simply treating physical symptoms. Lithuanian healers understood that many illnesses resulted from disruptions in the flow of natural magical energy caused by improper interaction with forest spirits, violation of seasonal taboos, or failure to maintain reciprocal relationships with local plant and animal communities. Treatments often involved elaborate ceremonies designed to restore these broken relationships and re-establish the patient's proper place within the larger forest community. The magical implements used in Lithuanian practice were crafted with extraordinary attention to the spiritual as well as physical properties of natural materials. Wands were never simply cut from trees. but were grown through patient magical collaboration with willing plants over periods of years or decades. The resulting implements possessed a level of magical responsiveness that amazed visitors from other magical traditions. Similarly, ritual items were crafted from materials that had been blessed and prepared through elaborate ceremonies designed to honor the spirits of the creatures or plants that had provided them. Lithuanian magical education took place primarily through direct apprenticeship with experienced practitioners, but it also involved extensive periods of solitary communion with the forest itself. Young wizards were expected to spend entire seasons alone in the wilderness, learning to survive without magical assistance, while developing deep personal relationships with the spirits and forces of their chosen environment. These vision quests often lasted for months, and represented the transition from student to full practitioner. The resistance of Lithuanian magical traditions to Christian conversion was legendary throughout medieval Europe. While most pagan practices gradually disappeared or went underground, Lithuanian magical communities maintained their traditional ways well into the 15th century. This resistance was not based on simple stubbornness, but on the recognition that their magical practices were so intimately connected to specific landscapes and ecosystems that they could not be transplanted to other environments or adapted to foreign religious frameworks. The influence of Lithuanian magic on later Northern European wizardry was profound and lasting. Many techniques for working with forest spirits, for crafting wands from living wood, and for reading natural omens can be traced directly to Lithuanian sources. The patient, respectful approach to natural magic that characterized Lithuanian practice influenced the development of what would later become known as green magic throughout the wizarding world. Modern magical researchers studying ancient Lithuanian practices have discovered that many techniques that were dismissed as primitive superstition actually represent sophisticated understanding of ecological relationships and natural energy patterns. Contemporary environmental magic often rediscovers principles that Lithuanian practitioners had understood and applied for centuries before they were lost to the general magical community. The preservation of Lithuanian magical knowledge presents unique challenges because so much of it was never written down, but existed only in oral tradition and direct experience. Efforts to reconstruct these ancient practices require not just historical research, but actual experimentation with forest communion, seasonal ceremonies, and naturalistic divination techniques. Some modern practitioners report remarkable success in re-establishing connections with forest spirits and natural magical forces, using methods derived from Lithuanian sources. The philosophical implications of Lithuanian magic offer valuable perspectives on contemporary debates about the relationship between magical practice and environmental responsibility. The Lithuanian understanding that humans are participants in rather than masters of natural magical systems provides a framework for magical practice that enhances rather than depletes the natural world. This approach becomes increasingly relevant as modern magical communities grapple with the environmental consequences of industrial magical practices. As you imagine yourself walking deeper into these ancient forests, where every tree holds memories spanning centuries, and every clearing resonates with the echoes of seasonal ceremonies conducted by countless generations of forest wizards, you might begin to sense the profound wisdom embedded in traditions that understood magic as a conversation rather than a command, as partnership rather than domination. In the gentle rustling of leaves that carries messages between distant trees, in the patient wisdom of ancient oaks that have witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, lies an invitation to reconsider our own relationship with the natural forces that sustain all life. What might we learn if we approached magic not as a tool for bending the world to our will, but as a means of finding our proper place within the vast, interconnected web of consciousness that connects all living things? Chapter 7. The Historical Evolution of Magical Balance. Throughout the long history of magical practice, perhaps no concept has proven more essential to both individual mastery and collective wisdom than the pursuit of balance. We trace the remarkable journey of how wizarding communities across cultures and centuries have grappled with the fundamental challenge of maintaining equilibrium between power and restraint. between innovation and tradition, between the desires of the individual and the needs of the community, and ultimately, between the forces of creation and destruction that flow through all magical working. Picture yourself standing in the center of an ancient stone circle, where massive megaliths rise like silent sentinels against a star-filled sky. Each stone has been precisely positioned according to calculations that blend astronomical observation with magical theory, creating a space where opposing forces meet in perfect harmony. As you place your hand upon the weathered surface of one of these ancient monuments, you can sense the careful thought and profound understanding that went into its placement. Not just physical engineering, but a deep comprehension of how magical energies flow and interact when given proper channels for expression. The earliest recorded attempts to understand magical balance emerged from the practical necessities of survival in a world where uncontrolled magic could prove as dangerous as any natural disaster. Ancient Mesopotamian wizard priests observed that magical workings of great power inevitably created reactions and consequences that rippled outward like waves in still water. A spell that brought abundant rain to drought-stricken crops might trigger floods in neighboring regions. Healing magic that saved one life sometimes seemed to require the sacrifice of vitality from other sources. These observations led to the first formal theories about magical equilibrium, the idea that the universe maintains its own accounting system that must eventually balance all magical debts and credits. Egyptian magical theorists expanded these early insights into sophisticated mathematical frameworks that attempted to quantify the costs and benefits of different magical approaches. They developed elaborate ritual procedures designed to pay for powerful magic through carefully calculated offerings, extended periods of magical abstinence, or the performance of beneficial magic that would offset any negative consequences of more aggressive spell work. Egyptian magical texts speak of Ma, a concept that encompasses truth, justice, morality, and cosmic order, as the fundamental principle that governs all successful magical practice. The Greek magical philosophers introduced the revolutionary idea that balance was not merely a practical consideration for avoiding negative consequences, but the very foundation of magical power itself. They proposed that magic worked by harmonizing opposing forces, rather than by imposing human will upon natural processes. This insight led to the development of what they called harmonic magic, spells that achieved their effects by bringing discordant elements into proper relationship with each other, rather than by forcing change through raw power. Roman magical practitioners, with their characteristic emphasis on practical application and systematic organization, created the first comprehensive educational curricula based on balance theory. Young Roman wizards learned to identify the fundamental polarities present in all magical situations: light and dark, active and passive, expansion and contraction, order and chaos, to work with these opposing forces rather than choosing sides between them. Roman magical engineering projects, such as the great aqueducts that carried not just water, but beneficial magical influences throughout the empire, represent masterpieces of balanced magical design that functioned effectively for centuries. Medieval magical scholars, influenced by both classical learning and emerging Christian theology, developed increasingly sophisticated theories about the moral and spiritual dimensions of magical balance. They argued that true magical mastery required not just technical skill, but wisdom, compassion, and deep understanding of the ethical implications of magical practice. The concept of temperantia magica, magical temperance, became central to medieval magical education, emphasizing that the most powerful wizards were those who exercised their abilities with restraint and careful consideration of consequences. The Islamic magical traditions that flourished during the medieval period contributed profound insights about the mathematical and geometric principles underlying magical balance. Islamic magical theorists demonstrated that complex magical workings could be analyzed using sophisticated mathematical tools, revealing hidden patterns and relationships that helped practitioners maintain equilibrium even in the most challenging circumstances. Their work on magical geometry showed how physical spaces could be designed to naturally promote balanced magical working. leading to architectural innovations that influenced magical building design for centuries. Renaissance magical philosophy brought renewed interest in the relationship between microcosm and macrocosm, the idea that individual magical practice reflects and influences cosmic harmony. Renaissance mages like Paracelsus developed theories of sympathetic balance that explained how small actions in carefully chosen circumstances could have profound effects on much larger systems. This period saw the emergence of magical practices designed not just to achieve specific goals, but to contribute to the overall harmony and health of the magical universe. The Enlightenment period introduced scientific approaches to understanding magical balance, with researchers attempting to measure and quantify the forces involved in maintaining magical equilibrium. These efforts led to important discoveries about the conservation of magical energy and the predictable patterns that govern magical cause and effect. However, they also revealed the limitations of purely analytical approaches to understanding phenomena that seem to involve consciousness and intention as fundamental variables. The Industrial Revolution posed unprecedented challenges to traditional concepts of magical balance. The rapid pace of technological change and the massive scale of industrial magical applications created situations where the long-term consequences of magical practice became difficult to predict or control. This period saw the emergence of industrial magical ethics, formal frameworks for evaluating the risks and benefits of large-scale magical projects, and ensuring that pursuit of immediate benefits did not create unsustainable magical imbalances. Modern magical theory has embraced concepts from complexity science and systems thinking to develop more nuanced understandings of how balance operates in magical contexts. Contemporary theorists recognize that magical balance is not a static condition, but a dynamic process that requires constant attention and adjustment. Like a skilled dancer who maintains balance through continuous small movements rather than rigid positioning, effective magical practice involves ongoing awareness and responsive adaptation to changing circumstances. Personal magical balance has become an increasingly important area of study as magical practitioners have gained deeper understanding of how individual psychological and emotional states influence magical effectiveness. Modern magical psychology recognizes that wizards who maintain healthy relationships, engage in regular physical exercise, pursue intellectual growth, and cultivate emotional resilience tend to develop more stable and reliable magical abilities than those who focus exclusively on technical magical training. The concept of magical ecology has emerged from growing awareness that magical practice occurs within complex interconnected systems that extend far beyond individual intentions and immediate effects. Just as natural ecosystems maintain their health through intricate balances between different species and environmental factors, magical communities must consider how their practices affect the broader magical environment and work to ensure that their activities contribute to rather than detract from overall magical sustainability. Educational approaches to teaching magical balance have evolved from simple rules and prohibitions to sophisticated training programs that help young wizards develop the sensitivity and judgment needed to navigate complex magical situations responsibly. Modern magical education emphasizes experiential learning, ethical reasoning, and systems thinking as essential components of balanced magical practice. International magical cooperation has become increasingly important as the global magical community has recognized that magical imbalances in one region can have far-reaching effects on magical conditions worldwide. International magical treaties now include provisions for monitoring and maintaining global magical equilibrium, with mechanisms for addressing situations where local magical practices threaten broader magical stability. The relationship between magical balance and innovation presents ongoing challenges for magical communities seeking to develop new techniques and approaches while maintaining stability and avoiding unintended consequences. Progressive magical researchers advocate for careful experimentation with new ideas within controlled environments, while conservative practitioners emphasize the wisdom of proven traditional approaches. Finding appropriate balance between these perspectives requires ongoing dialogue and compromise. Contemporary magical medicine has made remarkable advances in understanding how magical healing can be applied in ways that strengthen, rather than deplete, the overall vitality of patients and practitioners. Modern magical healers learn to work with natural healing processes rather than simply overriding symptoms, leading to treatments that address root causes while supporting long-term health and resilience. Environmental magical practice has become a crucial area for applying balance theory to address the magical consequences of climate change, habitat destruction, and other environmental challenges. Magical environmentalists work to develop practices that can help restore damaged magical ecosystems while avoiding the kind of large-scale magical interventions that might create new imbalances. The spiritual dimensions of magical balance continue to evolve as magical practitioners from different religious and philosophical traditions share insights about the relationship between magical practice and personal spiritual development. Many modern wizards report that their magical abilities become more effective and reliable as they develop greater self-awareness, emotional maturity, and sense of connection to larger purposes beyond personal advancement. As you imagine yourself standing once again in that ancient stone circle, feeling the careful balance of forces that the builders achieved through their deep understanding of magical principles, you might reflect on how the pursuit of balance shapes not just magical practice, but every aspect of a life well lived. The stones remain silent, witnesses to the endless dance between opposing forces that creates the dynamic stability necessary for both magical working and meaningful existence. In the gentle interplay between giving and receiving, between effort and surrender, between honoring tradition and embracing innovation, lies perhaps the greatest lesson that magical balance offers. How might we learn to navigate the complex forces that shape our lives, with the wisdom to know when to act and when to wait, when to push forward and when to step back, always seeking the dynamic equilibrium that allows both individual flourishing and collective harmony. Chapter 8. The Properties of Magical Coral. Beneath the azure waves, where sunlight filters down in dancing columns of gold and emerald, where schools of tropical fish weave patterns as intricate as any tapestry, lies one of the most remarkable and overlooked sources of magical power in the natural world. Tonight, we descend into the warm waters of coral reefs to explore the extraordinary properties of magical coral, living stone that bridges the gap between plant and animal, between individual and community, creating underwater cities that pulse with ancient wisdom and untapped magical potential. Imagine yourself floating weightlessly above a coral reef in crystal-clear tropical waters, your breathing slow and peaceful as you observe the bustling metropolis of marine life that thrives in this underwater garden. The coral formations stretch out beneath you like an alien landscape painted in impossible colors, brilliant oranges and electric blues, deep purples and luminous yellows that seem to glow with inner light. As you drift closer to examine the intricate details of this living architecture, you begin to realize that what you are witnessing is not simply a collection of marine organisms, but a complex magical ecosystem, where each coral polyp contributes to a collective consciousness that spans entire reef systems. The magical properties of coral arise from its unique nature as a colonial organism that exists simultaneously as countless individual creatures and as unified communities. Each coral polyp is a separate animal, yet all polyps within a coral colony share genetic material and work together to build elaborate calcium carbonate structures that serve as both home and fortress. This dual nature, individual yet collective, animal yet mineral, creates magical resonances that make coral particularly effective for spells involving unity, cooperation, and the harmonious blending of different energies or intentions. Ancient civilizations that developed near coral reefs quickly discovered that these underwater formations possessed magical properties unlike anything found on land. Polynesian navigators learned to read the subtle magical emanations of distant coral atolls, using this sensitivity to guide their voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean with remarkable accuracy. They discovered that different species of coral emit distinct magical signatures that experienced navigators could detect from great distances, creating an underwater network of magical beacons that helped guide travelers safely home. The process of coral growth itself represents a form of natural magic that has fascinated wizarding marine biologists for centuries. Coral polyps extract calcium carbonate from seawater and secrete it in precise geometric patterns that create structures of extraordinary strength and beauty. This transformation of dissolved minerals into solid architecture happens at a pace so gradual that it requires years or decades to observe significant changes, yet the cumulative effect creates some of the largest living structures on Earth. Magical theorists have long studied coral growth as an example of how patient, consistent magical working can achieve results that dramatic, forceful spells cannot match. The symbiotic relationship between coral polyps and the microscopic algae called zooxanthellae that live within their tissues creates unique magical properties that combine animal and plant characteristics. The algae provide nutrients through photosynthesis, while the coral polyps offer protection and minerals necessary for algae survival. This intimate partnership between two completely different forms of life creates magical resonances that make coral particularly effective for spells involving healing, mutual benefit, and the resolution of conflicts between opposing forces. Magical coral harvesting requires extraordinary care and sensitivity, as removing living coral from reef systems can disrupt magical balances that took centuries to establish. Traditional coral mages developed elaborate rituals for requesting permission from reef spirits before taking even small samples for magical use. These ceremonies often involved offering beneficial magic to the reef in exchange for coral samples, spells to protect against bleaching, enchantments to enhance fish populations, or barriers against destructive human activities. Different species of magical coral possess distinct properties that make them suitable for specialized magical applications. Brain coral, with its convoluted surface resembling neural tissue, proves particularly effective for enhancing memory, improving concentration, and facilitating mental communication between distant individuals. Staghorn coral, with its branching structure that resembles antlers, works well in spells involving growth, expansion, and the development of new opportunities. Table coral, which grows in flat, horizontal platforms, enhances stability, patience, and the ability to provide support for others. The colors displayed by magical coral often indicate specific magical properties and optimal applications. Red coral has long been prized for its effectiveness in protection spells and defensive magic, its vibrant color reflecting the life force energy that flows through healthy reef systems. Blue coral resonates with water magic and emotional healing, helping to calm turbulent feelings and promote clear communication. Yellow coral enhances intellectual abilities and creative inspiration, while purple coral facilitates spiritual growth and connection with higher forms of consciousness. Coral-based magical implements require specialized crafting techniques that differ significantly from those used for terrestrial magical materials. Coral wands must be shaped while still containing living tissue, with the crafting process designed to preserve the vital magical connections that give coral its unique properties. Master coral workers often spend months gradually shaping coral wands while they remain submerged in specially prepared seawater tanks that maintain optimal conditions for coral health throughout the crafting process. The magical properties of coral vary significantly based on the depth at which it grew and the specific environmental conditions of its reef habitat. Shallow water coral, bathed in abundant sunlight, tends to develop properties related to energy, vitality, and active magical working. Deep water coral, growing in the mysterious twilight depths where sunlight barely penetrates, often exhibits properties related to meditation, inner wisdom, and communication with hidden aspects of consciousness. Fossil coral, formed when ancient reefs were preserved in stone over millions of years, possesses magical properties that bridge the gap between coral magic and earth magic. These ancient specimens carry memories of prehistoric magical conditions and can provide insights into how magical practice has evolved over geological timescales. Some fossil coral specimens contain preserved magical energies that date back to periods when Earth's magical field operated under different principles than those that govern contemporary magical practice. The healing properties of magical coral have been recognized by underwater magical communities for millennia. Coral essences prepared by exposing purified water to living coral formations during specific lunar phases create potions that promote cellular regeneration, enhance immune system function, and accelerate recovery from magical exhaustion. The slow, steady magical emanations of coral seem to help align human biological rhythms with natural healing cycles, making coral-based remedies particularly effective for chronic conditions that require long-term treatment. Magical research into coral communication has revealed that reef systems possess sophisticated information networks that allow rapid transmission of warnings about environmental threats, opportunities for reproduction, and changes in magical conditions. These coral communication systems operate through chemical signals, electrical impulses, and subtle magical emanations that create a form of collective intelligence spanning entire reef ecosystems. Some magical marine biologists believe that sufficiently sensitive wizards can learn to tap into these communication networks, gaining access to environmental information and magical insights that would be impossible to obtain through conventional observation. The relationship between coral magic and lunar cycles creates opportunities for particularly powerful magical working during specific astronomical events. Coral spawning, which occurs during particular combinations of lunar phase, water temperature, and seasonal timing, generates massive releases of magical energy that experienced coral mages can harness for major magical workings. These spawning events happen only once or twice per year, and require careful preparation and timing to utilize effectively. Climate change and ocean acidification pose serious threats to magical coral reefs worldwide, leading to efforts by magical marine conservationists to develop protection and restoration techniques. Magical approaches to coral conservation include spells to enhance coral resilience against bleaching, enchantments to neutralize acidic water in localized areas, and magical techniques for accelerating coral growth and recovery. Some experimental programs involve transplanting magically enhanced coral specimens to degraded reef areas, though these efforts require careful consideration of how magical modifications might affect natural ecosystem balance. The use of coral in protective magic draws upon the reef's natural function as a barrier that protects coastlines from storm damage and erosion. Coral-based protective spells create shields that are flexible rather than rigid, absorbing and dissipating harmful energies rather than simply blocking them. This approach to magical defense proves particularly effective against sustained attacks or gradually intensifying threats that might overwhelm more conventional protective barriers. Modern magical applications of coral include its use in water purification systems, where living coral specimens help remove both physical contaminants and negative magical influences from water supplies. Coral's natural filtering abilities, enhanced through careful magical cultivation, can create water treatment systems that improve both the physical and magical quality of water used for potion making, ritual bathing, and healing applications. The philosophical implications of coral magic offer insights into the relationship between individual and collective consciousness. Coral reefs demonstrate how countless individual organisms can work together to create structures and capabilities that far exceed what any single organism could achieve alone. This principle has influenced magical theories about group magical working, community building, and the development of collective magical abilities that emerge from cooperative rather than competitive approaches to magical practice. As you imagine yourself slowly ascending from the depths of this magical reef, watching the colors fade and blend as distance increases, but carrying with you the memory of that incredible underwater city where countless lives work together in perfect harmony, you might find yourself reflecting on the lessons that coral communities offer about cooperation, patience, and the power that emerges when individual gifts are combined in service of something greater than any single participant. Until rhythm of waves that carry nutrients and oxygen to waiting coral polyps, in the patient accumulation of limestone that builds entire islands grain by grain, lies a profound teaching about the magic that flows through sustained collaboration. What communities might we build if we learned to work together with the patience and dedication of coral polyps, each contributing our unique gifts to create something more beautiful and enduring than any of us could achieve alone? Chapter 9. The Traditional Wizarding Order Rituals. In the rhythmic cycle of seasons that governs both natural and magical worlds, there exist ceremonies so ancient and fundamental that they serve as the very foundation upon which stable magical communities have been built for millennia. These are the traditional wizarding order rituals, elaborate ceremonial practices designed not merely to mark the passage of time, but to actively maintain the delicate balance of forces that allows magical society to flourish in harmony with both the natural world and the deeper currents of magical energy that flow through all existence. Picture yourself standing in a circular clearing within an ancient forest, where massive oak trees form natural pillars around a space that has been consecrated for ritual use over countless generations. The ground beneath your feet has been worn smooth by the footsteps of wizards who gathered here through centuries of seasonal celebrations, their combined intentions gradually transforming this ordinary woodland glade into a space where the boundaries between mundane and magical reality have become permanently thin. As twilight deepens and the first stars begin to appear overhead, you sense the anticipation that builds as community members arrive, each carrying candles that will soon join in creating a constellation of earthbound light. The origins of wizarding order rituals can be traced back to humanity's earliest understanding that magical forces, like natural ones, follow predictable patterns that can be influenced through appropriate ceremonial observance. Ancient magical communities discovered that our regular group rituals created what modern magical theorists call stabilization fields, areas of enhanced magical coherence, where spells work more reliably, magical creatures feel safer and more cooperative, and the unpredictable aspects of wild magic become more manageable and less dangerous. The seasonal order rituals form the backbone of traditional magical ceremonial practice, with each season requiring different approaches to maintaining community magical health. Spring ceremonies focus on renewal, growth, and the careful cultivation of magical potential that has remained dormant through winter months. These rituals often involve the blessing of seeds, both literal and metaphorical, that will grow throughout the coming year. Community members bring forward their hopes, projects, and aspirations, symbolically planting them in consecrated soil while weaving protective and nurturing spells around their shared intentions. Summer order rituals celebrate abundance and the peak of magical energy that corresponds to the sun's greatest strength, provide opportunities for advanced magical practitioners to safely channel and direct the intense energies available during this season. They create community reserves of stored magical power that can be drawn upon during times of need, and they strengthen the bonds between community members through shared participation in magical workings that require cooperation and trust. The autumn rituals focus on harvest, gratitude, and the wisdom that comes from understanding cycles of growth and decline. These ceremonies involve the gathering and preservation of magical plants, the creation of protective wards that will shelter the community through winter's challenges, and the formal acknowledgement of lessons learned and knowledge gained during the year's magical work. Autumn order rituals often include elaborate Thanksgiving ceremonies, where community members share accounts of their magical achievements and failures, creating collective wisdom that benefits future generations. Winter order rituals embrace the contemplative energy of the season's natural dormancy, focusing on inner reflection, spiritual development, and the maintenance of magical traditions through storytelling and formal instruction. These ceremonies often take place in indoor spaces warmed by fires that burn with magical flames, creating environments where community elders can share advanced magical knowledge, and younger practitioners can demonstrate their growing skills in supportive, encouraging atmospheres. Monthly order rituals align with lunar cycles, recognizing that the moon's phases create natural rhythms for different types of magical working. New moon ceremonies focus on new beginnings, intention setting, and the initiation of magical projects that will unfold over the coming month. Full moon rituals celebrate completion, achievement, and the culmination of magical efforts begun during previous lunar cycles. These monthly gatherings provide regular opportunities for community members to synchronize their individual magical practice with collective intentions and shared goals. The formal structure of order rituals follows patterns that have been refined over centuries to create maximum magical effectiveness, while ensuring safety for all participants. Opening ceremonies typically involve the casting of protective circles that create sacred space and establish energetic boundaries between the ritual environment and the mundane world. These protective barriers serve not only to contain the magical energies raised during the ceremony, but also to create psychological space where participants can focus completely on ritual activities without distraction from ordinary concerns. Invocation sequences call upon beneficial spiritual forces, elemental energies, and ancestral wisdom to witness and bless the ritual activities. These invocations are not mere formalities but active magical workings that create connections between the human participants and larger sources of magical power and guidance. Experienced ritual leaders understand that successful invocations require genuine respect, clear intention, and the humility to recognize that human magical practice takes place within much larger cosmic contexts. The central working portion of order rituals varies depending on the specific purposes and seasonal focus of each ceremony, but typically involves synchronized group magical activity designed to achieve shared objectives. These group workings might include the creation of protective wards around community boundaries, the blessing of water sources and agricultural areas, the establishment of communication links with allied magical communities, or the generation of healing energy for community members who are ill or injured. Sharing and communion elements of order rituals strengthen social bonds while distributing the magical benefits of ceremonial work among all participants. These portions of the ceremony often involve the sharing of specially prepared foods and beverages that have been blessed during the ritual, creating physical and energetic connections between community members that persist long after the formal ceremony concludes. The act of sharing consecrated food and drink serves both practical and symbolic purposes, ensuring that every participant receives tangible benefits from the collective magical effort. Closing ceremonies carefully release the magical energies that have been raised, while ensuring that beneficial effects remain anchored in the physical world. Proper closing procedures prevent magical hangover effects that can result when powerful ritual energies are not properly grounded and integrated. Skilled ritual leaders guide participants through grounding exercises that help them return to ordinary consciousness while retaining the insights and benefits gained through ceremonial participation. Personal order rituals complement community ceremonies by providing individuals with structured approaches to maintaining their own magical discipline and spiritual development. These private practices often mirror the patterns of larger community rituals, but focus on personal rather than collective objectives. Daily personal order rituals might include meditation, energy exercises, and small magical workings that help individuals maintain their connection to larger magical currents while developing their unique talents and abilities. Life transition order rituals mark important passages in individual lives while strengthening community bonds and ensuring continuity of magical traditions. Birth ceremonies welcome new community members and establish their place within the larger magical family. Coming-of-age rituals acknowledge young wizards' developing abilities while formally recognizing their growing responsibilities to use magic wisely and ethically. Marriage ceremonies unite couples not only in personal partnership, but in shared commitment to community welfare and magical practice. Elder recognition rituals honor experienced practitioners while ensuring that their accumulated wisdom and knowledge are preserved for future generations. These ceremonies often involve the formal transmission of advanced magical techniques, the bestowal of teaching responsibilities, and the acknowledgement of elders' special roles as keepers of community magical traditions. Death and remembrance rituals help communities process grief while celebrating the contributions of deceased members and ensuring that their magical legacies continue to benefit future generations. Healing order rituals focus specifically on restoring balance to individuals or communities that have been affected by illness, magical accidents, or spiritual disturbances. These specialized ceremonies often require the participation of trained magical healers who understand how to safely channel and direct healing energies generated through group ritual work. Healing rituals may extend over multiple sessions and typically include both immediate magical intervention and longer-term practices designed to prevent recurrence of problems. Protection order rituals create and maintain magical defenses that safeguard communities against various forms of harm, from natural disasters to magical attacks. These ceremonies establish protective barriers around community boundaries while creating early warning systems that alert residents to approaching dangers. Protection rituals often involve the consecration of physical objects, stones, crystals, specially prepared herbs, that serve as anchor points for defensive magic and help maintain protective barriers between formal renewal ceremonies. Divination order rituals focus on gaining insight into future trends and potential challenges that might affect community welfare. These ceremonies typically involve multiple practitioners working together to create comprehensive pictures of probable future developments, allowing communities to prepare for challenges and take advantage of emerging opportunities. Divination rituals require careful interpretation and balanced judgment to avoid the paralysis that can result from too much knowledge about potential future difficulties. Innovation order rituals provide structured frameworks for safely testing new magical techniques and incorporating beneficial discoveries into established community practice. These ceremonies balance respect for traditional wisdom with openness to improvement and adaptation, ensuring that magical communities remain vital and responsive to changing circumstances without abandoning the fundamental principles that ensure stability and safety. As you imagine yourself participating in one of these nascent ceremonies, feeling the power that flows through communities united in common purpose and shared understanding, you might reflect on how ritual creates spaces where individual gifts combine to achieve results that transcend what any participant could accomplish alone. The measured rhythm of traditional ceremony provides structure within which spontaneous magic can safely emerge, creating experiences that nourish both individual souls and collective wisdom. In the gentle glow of candlelight, that transforms ordinary faces into a community of seekers. In the shared words that connect present moments with ancient wisdom, lies an invitation to consider the power of conscious ceremony. How might regular participation in meaningful ritual transform not only our magical abilities, but our capacity to live with intention, gratitude, and deep connection to the larger patterns that give meaning to individual existence? Chapter 10. The Magical Theory of Chaotic Magic. Deep within the most advanced halls of magical academia, where theoretical frameworks stretch the boundaries of comprehension and mathematical equations, attempt to capture the essence of forces that seem to dance beyond the reach of ordinary logic, lies one of the most fascinating and challenging branches of magical study. The theory of chaotic magic represents humanity's ongoing attempt to understand, predict, and work with the unpredictable elements that weave through all magical practice, creating a field of study where rigorous scholarship meets the profound mystery of forces that resist definition, yet somehow form the very foundation of magical reality. Imagine yourself sitting in a comfortable chair within a scholar's study, where walls lined with ancient texts create an atmosphere of deep learning and patient inquiry. Before you lies an open tome filled with complex diagrams that seem to shift and change as you observe them, geometric patterns that spiral into infinity, mathematical formulae that incorporate symbols you cannot quite identify, and illustrations of magical phenomena that appear to move with lives of their own. As you turn the pages, you begin to appreciate the profound intellectual adventure that draws researchers into this most challenging area of magical theory, where each answer discovered seems to generate 3 new questions. The foundational premise of chaotic magic theory rests upon the observation that magical phenomena exhibit characteristics similar to what mundane scientists call complex adaptive systems, dynamic networks, where small changes in initial conditions can lead to dramatically different outcomes. where patterns emerge from apparent randomness, and where the whole exhibits properties that cannot be predicted from understanding individual components. Unlike the linear magic taught to beginning students, where specific inputs reliably produce expected outputs, chaotic magic operates according to principles that seem to violate common sense, while following deeper laws that govern creativity, innovation, and emergent phenomena. Early attempts to understand chaotic magic focused on cataloging anomalous magical events, spells that produced unexpected results, potions that developed properties not present in any of their ingredients, magical creatures that exhibited behaviors beyond anything recorded in previous observations. These collections of magical oddities gradually revealed patterns that suggested underlying principles governing apparently random magical phenomena. Researchers discovered that chaotic events tended to cluster around certain types of magical practice, particular environmental conditions, and specific psychological states of practitioners. The breakthrough insight that transformed chaotic magic from curiosity to serious academic discipline came from the recognition that chaos is not the absence of order, but rather a different type of order, operating at levels too complex for conventional analysis. Chaotic magical systems follow rules, but these rules involve feedback loops, recursive patterns, and nonlinear relationships that create behaviors so complex they appear random to observers who lack appropriate theoretical frameworks for understanding them. Mathematical modeling of chaotic magic requires sophisticated techniques borrowed from complexity theory, fractal geometry, and advanced probability mathematics. These mathematical tools reveal that chaotic magical phenomena often exhibit strange attractors, underlying patterns that guide seemingly random behavior toward particular types of outcomes. A spell that appears to fail randomly might actually be following complex mathematical patterns that ensure it produces beneficial results exactly when they are most needed, though not necessarily when they are expected. The concept of magical sensitivity plays a central role in chaotic magic theory, explaining why some magical practitioners seem naturally gifted at working with unpredictable forces, while others struggle to achieve consistent results, even with simple spells. Magical sensitivity appears to involve the ability to perceive and respond to subtle environmental cues, emotional undercurrents, and energetic fluctuations that influence magical outcomes, but operate below the threshold of conscious awareness for most practitioners. Chaotic magic theory distinguishes between several different categories of unpredictable magical phenomena, each requiring different theoretical approaches and practical techniques. Edge chaos occurs at the boundaries between different magical systems or environments, where conflicting influences create unstable conditions that can generate either breakthrough discoveries or spectacular failures. Deep chaos emerges from the fundamental uncertainty that seems built into the fabric of magical reality itself, suggesting that complete predictability in magic may be theoretically impossible rather than simply practically difficult. Resonance cascades represent one of the most dramatic manifestations of chaotic magic, occurring when small magical disturbances trigger chain reactions that amplify through magical networks until they produce effects vastly disproportionate to their original causes. Understanding resonance cascades requires sophisticated knowledge of how magical energy flows through both physical and metaphysical systems, creating opportunities for practitioners who can learn to guide these cascade events toward beneficial outcomes. The role of consciousness in chaotic magic remains one of the most debated topics in contemporary magical theory. Some researchers argue that consciousness itself introduces chaotic elements into magical practice, making perfectly predictable magic impossible as long as thinking, feeling beings remain involved in spellwork. Others propose that consciousness serves as a kind of strange attractor that guides chaotic magic toward meaningful outcomes that serve the deeper intentions of practitioners, even when surface-level goals are not achieved. Temporal aspects of chaotic magic create particularly complex theoretical challenges, as effects may precede causes, future events may influence past magical workings, and the linear time sequence assumed by conventional magical theory may not apply to chaotic phenomena. Some advanced practitioners report experiences where chaotic magic seems to operate according to what they describe as narrative time, rather than chronological time, with events unfolding according to meaningful patterns, rather than simple cause and effect sequences. Practical applications of chaotic magic theory include development of adaptive spells that modify their own behavior in response to changing circumstances, much like how biological organisms adapt to environmental challenges. These self-modifying magical constructs can continue functioning effectively, even when conditions change dramatically from those that existed when the spell was originally cast. However, creating adaptive spells requires deep understanding of chaotic principles and carries risks associated with magic that can evolve beyond its creator's control or understanding. Innovation magic represents another important application of chaotic magic theory, focusing on techniques for encouraging creative breakthroughs and novel solutions to magical problems. Innovation magic deliberately incorporates chaotic elements that prevent magical practice from becoming rigid and repetitive, creating conditions where unexpected discoveries can emerge. These techniques prove particularly valuable in magical research, artistic endeavors, and situations where conventional approaches have proven inadequate. Healing applications of chaotic magic theory recognize that biological systems are themselves complex, adaptive systems that cannot be healed through simple mechanical interventions. Chaotic healing magic works by introducing beneficial disorder that helps biological systems reorganize themselves into healthier patterns, much like how controlled burns help forest ecosystems regenerate. These approaches often prove more effective than conventional magical healing for chronic conditions and complex illnesses that resist straightforward treatment. Divination enhanced through chaotic magic theory produces more nuanced and accurate predictions by acknowledging the fundamental uncertainty that characterizes future events. Rather than attempting to predict specific outcomes, chaos-informed divination focuses on identifying probable trends, potential leverage points where small interventions might produce large changes, and hidden patterns that might influence future developments in unexpected ways. Defense against chaotic magic requires understanding that conventional protective barriers may prove ineffective against attacks that operate according to chaotic principles. Chaotic defense magic creates adaptive protection that can respond effectively to unexpected threats, while avoiding the rigidity that makes conventional defenses vulnerable to novel attack strategies. These flexible defense systems learn from each encounter, becoming more effective over time. The ethics of chaotic magic practice raise complex questions about responsibility and accountability when magical practitioners work with forces they cannot fully control or predict. Professional standards for chaotic magic research require extensive safety protocols, careful documentation of experimental procedures, and ongoing monitoring of long-term effects that might not become apparent until years after initial magical workings. Educational approaches to chaotic magic theory must balance respect for the genuine dangers associated with unpredictable magic against the recognition that understanding these forces is essential for advancing magical knowledge and developing more effective magical practices. Advanced students learn to work with small-scale chaotic phenomena under careful supervision before progressing to more complex and potentially dangerous applications. International cooperation in chaotic magic research has become increasingly important as researchers recognize that chaotic magical phenomena often operate across political and geographical boundaries. Chaotic magic events in one location can trigger responses in magical systems thousands of miles away, making global coordination essential for understanding and managing these complex interactions. The philosophical implications of chaotic magic theory extend far beyond practical magical applications to fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and human agency in a universe that seems to combine deterministic laws with genuine creativity and unpredictability. Some theorists argue that chaotic magic provides evidence for the existence of genuine free will, while others suggest that it reveals the limitations of human understanding rather than true randomness in magical systems. Future directions in chaotic magic research include investigation of quantum magical effects that might explain some chaotic phenomena, development of more sophisticated mathematical models that can capture the full complexity of chaotic magical systems, and exploration of how artificial intelligence and magical enhancement might expand human capacity for understanding and working with chaotic forces. As you imagine yourself closing that complex theoretical text and leaning back to contemplate the profound questions it has raised about the nature of magical reality, you might find yourself wondering about the delicate balance between understanding and mystery that characterizes all deep learning. The study of chaotic magic reminds us that some of the most important aspects of existence may be those that resist complete comprehension while still offering profound insights to those patient enough to engage with complexity and uncertainty. In the dance between pattern and randomness, between what we can predict and what must remain mysterious, lies perhaps the deepest teaching that chaotic magic theory offers. How might we learn to work skillfully with forces we cannot fully control, finding wisdom in uncertainty, and discovering that our greatest achievements sometimes emerge not from perfect planning, but from remaining open to possibilities we never could have imagined. Chapter 11. The Ancient Magic of Icelandic Wizards. In the stark and breathtaking landscape where fire and ice wage their eternal dance, where geysers shoot columns of superheated water toward aurora-painted skies and glaciers flow like frozen rivers through valleys carved by volcanic fury, there developed a magical tradition so unique and powerful that it influenced the development of Northern European wizardry for over a millennium. The ancient magic of Icelandic wizards emerged from the extraordinary geological forces that shaped their island home, creating practices that harnessed the raw creative energy where opposing elements meet in spectacular collision. Picture yourself standing on a windswept plateau, where black volcanic rock stretches toward distant mountains crowned with eternal snow, while beneath your feet you can feel the subtle vibration of geothermal forces that make this seemingly barren landscape pulse with hidden life. The air carries the sharp scent of sulfur from nearby hot springs, mingled with the pure, cold fragrance of glacial melt and the salt tang of ocean spray carried on Arctic winds. As you turn your face toward the dancing lights of the aurora borealis that paint the night sky in curtains of green and gold, you begin to understand how this extraordinary environment shaped magical practices unlike anything developed in gentler climates. The foundation of Icelandic magical practice rested upon what ancient practitioners called mótsagnir, the magic of contradictions. Unlike other magical traditions that sought harmony and balance, Icelandic wizards learned to derive power from the tension between opposing forces. They discovered that the most potent magic arose at the precise points where fire met ice, where boiling springs emerged from frozen ground, where the solid earth split open to reveal molten cores. This understanding led to magical techniques that deliberately incorporated opposing elements, creating spells of extraordinary power through the controlled interaction of forces that would normally cancel each other out. The runic alphabet that served as the written foundation for Icelandic magic represented far more than a simple system of symbols. Each rune embodied a specific type of magical energy that could be carved into stone, wood, or ice to create lasting enchantments that drew power from the elemental forces surrounding them. Master runic practitioners spent decades learning to read the subtle variations in how runes responded to different environmental conditions, how the same symbol might generate warmth when carved in ice, light when etched in volcanic glass, or protective barriers when inscribed in basalt cooled by glacier melt. Volcanic magic formed one of the most spectacular branches of Icelandic magical practice, with wizards learning to work safely with lava flows, volcanic gases, and the intense energies released during eruptions. These practitioners developed techniques for predicting volcanic activity months or even years in advance, allowing communities to prepare for eruptions while also positioning themselves to harvest the unique magical materials that became available during periods of intense geological activity. Volcanic glass formed during eruptions provided components for scrying tools of extraordinary clarity, while ash from specific types of eruptions created pigments for magical inks that remained potent for centuries. Glacial magic represented the opposing pole of Icelandic magical practice, focusing on the patient, inexorable power of ice that could carve valleys through solid rock over thousands of years. Glacial wizards learned to read the slow stories told by ice layers, interpreting the magical history preserved in glaciers like vast frozen libraries. They developed techniques for creating ice that would not melt even in summer heat, for crafting tools from glacier ice that remained harder than steel, and for preserving magical energies in ice formations that could release their stored power decades or centuries later. The geothermal springs that dotted the Icelandic landscape served as natural laboratories where fire and water magic could be studied in perfect combination. These hot springs often possessed unique mineral compositions that created waters with specific magical properties, some that enhanced healing abilities, others that improved scrying accuracy, and still others that could temporarily grant practitioners enhanced resistance to either extreme heat or cold. Master geothermal workers learned to modify the mineral content of springs through careful magical intervention, creating customized magical waters for specific purposes. Whether working in Iceland required techniques far beyond those practiced in more temperate climates, as the island's position at the intersection of multiple weather systems created atmospheric conditions of extraordinary complexity and power. Icelandic weather mages learned to work with Arctic storms that could strip flesh, raw bone, to redirect the paths of weather systems that spanned entire oceans, and to create localized climate modifications that could protect agricultural areas from the harsh conditions that would otherwise make farming impossible at such northern latitudes. The aurora borealis provided Icelandic wizards with a unique source of celestial magic that practitioners in southern climates could never access. These dancing lights represented interactions between solar radiation and Earth's magnetic field that created opportunities for magical workings of extraordinary subtlety and power. Aurora magic required perfect timing and deep understanding of both astronomical and geomagnetic cycles, but successful practitioners could achieve effects that seemed to operate outside the normal limitations of magical law. Communications across impossible distances, temporary alterations in the flow of time itself, and glimpses into other dimensions of reality. Icelandic magical architecture adapted brilliantly to the challenging environmental conditions, while incorporating the unique magical resources available on the island. Buildings were often constructed partially underground to take advantage of geothermal heating, with elaborate tunnel systems that allowed movement between structures even during the most severe winter storms. The walls of these magical dwellings incorporated layers of different materials: volcanic stone for strength, glacier ice for cooling, and specially treated turf that provided insulation while remaining permeable to beneficial magical influences. The preservation of magical knowledge in Iceland required techniques adapted to environmental conditions that could destroy more conventional forms of record-keeping. Icelandic magical texts were often carved in runic script on specially prepared whalebone or walrus ivory that could withstand centuries of freeze-thaw cycles, while the most important magical formulae were preserved in ice runes that renewed themselves each winter through carefully maintained enchantments. Some knowledge was preserved in the landscape itself, with significant magical information encoded in the arrangement of stones, the patterns of cultivation, and the locations of sacred sites. Magical healing in Iceland incorporated the unique therapeutic properties of geothermal waters, volcanic minerals, and the psychological effects of living in a landscape of such dramatic beauty and power. Icelandic healers developed techniques for using thermal springs to treat conditions that resisted conventional magical healing, while the pure Arctic air and intense seasonal light variations created opportunities for treatments that addressed disorders of mood and energy that were less common in other climates. The relationship between Icelandic wizards and the sea required special attention, as the island's survival depended upon maritime activities conducted in some of the most dangerous waters on Earth. Sea magic in Iceland focused heavily on protection and navigation, with techniques for predicting storms, finding safe passage through ice-clogged waters, and locating schools of fish in the vast expanses of the North Atlantic. Icelandic sea wizards developed some of the most sophisticated weather prediction magic ever created, as their lives literally depended upon accurate forecasting of maritime conditions. Artistic traditions in Icelandic magic emphasized the creation of beautiful objects that also served practical magical purposes. Jewelry crafted from volcanic glass and glacier ice created ornaments that enhanced the wearer's magical abilities, while providing protection against the environmental hazards of Arctic life. Textiles woven with specially prepared wool from sheep that grazed on magnetically active volcanic soils created garments that offered protection against both physical cold and magical attack. The isolation of Iceland from other magical communities created both challenges and opportunities for the development of magical knowledge. While Icelandic wizards had limited access to magical materials and techniques from other regions, this isolation also protected them from magical diseases and conflicts that affected more connected magical communities. The result was a magical tradition that developed along unique lines, creating techniques and approaches that often surprised and impressed visiting wizards from more conventional magical backgrounds. Seasonal magic in Iceland required adaptations to the extreme variations in daylight that characterized life at such northern latitudes. During the brief Arctic summer when the sun barely set, Icelandic wizards developed techniques for working with nearly continuous solar energy, creating magical effects that built upon themselves over weeks of constant daylight. Winter magic focused on working with the deep darkness and aurora activity that characterized the polar night, developing techniques for meditation, introspection, and communication with spiritual forces that were less accessible during brighter seasons. The democratic traditions that characterized Icelandic society influenced the development of magical practices that emphasized cooperation and consensus rather than hierarchical authority. Magical decisions that affected entire communities were made through assemblies where all qualified practitioners could participate in discussions and vote on proposed courses of action. This approach to magical governance created a tradition of shared responsibility and collective wisdom that helped Icelandic magical communities survive challenges that might have destroyed more rigidly organized societies. Modern applications of Icelandic magical techniques have proven particularly valuable for addressing contemporary challenges related to climate change, renewable energy, and environmental protection. The Icelandic understanding of how to work with extreme weather conditions and geological forces offers insights into magical approaches for managing the increasing environmental instability that characterizes our current era. As you imagine yourself standing once again in that stark landscape where the aurora borealis paints impossible colors across the star-filled sky, where the very ground beneath your feet reminds you of the powerful forces that shape our world, you might reflect on how the most challenging environments often produce the most innovative and resilient magical traditions. In the eternal dance between fire and ice, between the patient persistence of glaciers and the explosive creativity of volcanoes, lies a profound teaching about finding power in opposition rather than avoiding it. What conflicts in our own lives might become sources of strength if we learned to work with them as skillfully as Icelandic wizards learned to harness the tension between opposing elemental forces. Chapter 12. The Historical Development of Magical Order Systems. As our exploration of forest magical communities and their intricate connections to the natural world draws to a gentle close, we turn our attention to one of the most fascinating aspects of magical civilization, the gradual evolution of organizational structures that have allowed magical practitioners to maintain order, preserve knowledge, and coordinate their efforts across centuries of social and political change. The development of magical order systems represents humanity's ongoing quest to balance individual magical freedom with collective responsibility, creating frameworks that nurture innovation while preventing the chaos that could result from unregulated magical practice. Picture yourself in a vast library, where shelves stretch up toward vaulted ceilings, painted with constellations that slowly shift and change as you watch, each movement marking the passage of another year in the long history of magical organization. The volumes that surround you contain the accumulated wisdom of countless attempts to create systems that could harness the creative potential of magical communities while protecting against the dangers that arise when powerful forces lack proper guidance and coordination. As you draw a thick, leather-bound tome from its place on the shelf, you can almost feel the weight of centuries of experimentation, failure, and gradual improvement that these records represent. The earliest magical order systems emerged from the simple necessity of survival in a world where uncontrolled magical practice could prove as dangerous as natural disasters or hostile armies. Ancient Mesopotamian priest-wizards created the first formal hierarchies of magical authority, establishing clear chains of command that ensured powerful magical workings were supervised by experienced practitioners, while providing pathways for promising students to advance through increasingly complex levels of training and responsibility. These early systems emphasized obedience and conformity, reflecting the authoritarian political structures of their time, but they successfully preserved magical knowledge through periods of social upheaval that might otherwise have resulted in the complete loss of accumulated wisdom. Egyptian magical orders refined these hierarchical approaches by incorporating sophisticated understanding of both magical theory and human psychology. Egyptian magical administrators recognized that different types of magical practitioners required different forms of organization. Researchers needed freedom to explore new ideas, while healers required standardized training to ensure consistent quality of care. The Egyptian system created specialized branches of magical practice, each with its own internal organization and standards, while maintaining overall coordination through councils that included representatives from each specialty. Greek magical philosophers introduced revolutionary concepts about the relationship between individual autonomy and collective order, proposing that the most effective magical organizations should enhance rather than restrict the creative potential of their members. Greek magical academies emphasized discussion, debate, and the free exchange of ideas, creating environments where innovation flourished while maintaining enough structure to ensure safety and preserve important knowledge. These democratic approaches to magical organization influenced the development of magical institutions throughout the Mediterranean world and provided models that continue to influence magical education today. Roman magical administration brought systematic approaches to magical organization that emphasized efficiency, standardization, and clear accountability. Roman magical orders created detailed procedural manuals, comprehensive training programs, and sophisticated systems for evaluating the competence and reliability of magical practitioners. While these approaches sometimes stifled creativity, they also created magical institutions that could function effectively across vast geographical areas and continue operating even when individual leaders were absent or incompetent. The medieval period saw the emergence of magical orders based on religious and spiritual principles, with organizations like the Knights Templar incorporating magical practice into broader frameworks of service, devotion, and moral development. These spiritually oriented orders emphasized character development alongside technical magical training, creating systems that produced practitioners who combined powerful magical abilities with strong ethical foundations. The integration of magical and spiritual development created order systems that were remarkably stable and resistant to corruption, though they sometimes struggled to adapt to changing social conditions. Islamic magical orders during the medieval period developed sophisticated approaches to balancing individual development with collective responsibility, creating systems that emphasized both personal spiritual growth and service to the broader community. These orders often incorporated advanced mathematical and scientific knowledge into their magical practice, creating educational systems that produced practitioners who were as comfortable with complex theoretical frameworks as they were with practical magical applications. The Renaissance brought renewed interest in classical approaches to magical organization, but with innovations that reflected the period's emphasis on individual achievement and artistic expression. Renaissance magical academies created systems that encouraged experimentation and innovation, while maintaining enough structure to ensure that important discoveries were properly documented and shared. These organizations often functioned more like artists' guilds than military hierarchies, emphasizing mastery and craftsmanship rather than simple obedience to authority. The Enlightenment period introduced scientific approaches to magical organization, with orders beginning to use empirical methods to evaluate the effectiveness of different organizational structures and training methods. Enlightenment magical institutions conducted careful studies of how different approaches to organization affected both individual development and collective achievement, leading to more sophisticated understanding of how to create systems that maximized both efficiency and innovation. The industrial period brought new challenges that required magical orders to adapt to rapid technological change and increasing social complexity. Industrial-era magical organizations had to develop systems for managing large-scale magical projects, coordinating the efforts of practitioners with diverse specializations, and ensuring that magical practice remained beneficial rather than harmful as its scale and impact increased dramatically. Modern magical order systems reflect centuries of experimentation and refinement, incorporating insights from organizational psychology, systems theory, and democratic governance. Contemporary magical institutions typically combine elements from multiple historical approaches, creating hybrid systems that can adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining core principles of safety, effectiveness, and ethical practice. Professional magical organizations today must balance multiple competing demands: the need for standardized training that ensures competent practice, the importance of innovation and adaptation in a rapidly changing world, the responsibility to protect both magical practitioners and the broader public from potential harm, and the desire to preserve magical traditions while remaining relevant to contemporary needs. Educational magical orders focus specifically on the transmission of magical knowledge from experienced practitioners to new generations of students. These organizations have developed sophisticated pedagogical approaches that combine theoretical instruction with practical experience, individual mentorship with group learning, and respect for traditional knowledge with openness to new discoveries. Research magical orders emphasize the systematic investigation of magical phenomena, the development of new techniques and applications, and the rigorous testing of theoretical frameworks. These organizations often operate according to principles borrowed from scientific institutions, emphasizing peer review, reproducible results, and open publication of findings while adapting these approaches to the unique characteristics of magical research. Service magical orders focus on applying magical abilities to benefit the broader community, whether through healing, environmental protection, disaster relief, or other forms of public service. These organizations must balance the desire to help with the need to maintain the secrecy that protects magical communities from persecution or exploitation. Regulatory magical orders serve as oversight bodies that establish standards for magical practice, investigate violations of magical law, and coordinate responses to magical emergencies. These organizations face the particularly challenging task of enforcing regulations without stifling the innovation and creativity that are essential for continued magical development. International magical cooperation has become increasingly important as magical communities have recognized that many contemporary challenges, from environmental degradation to magical terrorism, require coordinated responses that transcend national boundaries. International magical organizations must navigate complex political relationships while maintaining focus on shared magical interests and values. The integration of magical and mundane governance systems presents ongoing challenges for magical order systems operating in democratic societies. These organizations must find ways to participate in broader social and political processes while maintaining the specialized knowledge and practices that make magical communities unique and valuable. Technology has created new opportunities and challenges for magical organization, with digital communication systems enabling new forms of collaboration and coordination, while also creating vulnerabilities that magical communities must learn to address. Modern magical orders increasingly incorporate technological tools while maintaining traditional practices that ensure continuity with historical magical traditions. Gender equality and social justice have become important considerations for contemporary magical orders seeking to create inclusive environments that welcome practitioners from diverse backgrounds while maintaining the high standards necessary for effective magical practice. These efforts require careful attention to both explicit policies and subtle cultural factors that can influence who feels welcome and supported within magical organizations. Environmental responsibility has emerged as a central concern for magical orders, recognizing that their practices can have significant impacts on natural systems. Modern magical organizations increasingly emphasize sustainable practices and environmental stewardship as core responsibilities rather than optional considerations. As you imagine yourself carefully closing that ancient volume and returning it to its place among the countless other records of humanity's efforts to organize magical practice wisely and effectively, you might reflect on how the quest for beneficial order represents one of the most enduring challenges facing any community that seeks to balance individual freedom with collective responsibility. In the gentle interplay between structure and creativity, between tradition and innovation, between the wisdom of experience and the energy of youth, lies perhaps the greatest lesson that the history of magical order systems offers. How might we create organizations that nurture both individual flourishing and collective achievement, systems that provide guidance without stifling creativity, and frameworks that preserve what is valuable from the past, while remaining open to the possibilities that the future might bring?